through swapping loads, guys. I'm gonna go live here for you guys. Card. So I can actually do what I'm trying to do. I don't need a bunch of pop-up notifications. Bit of a slow connection here, guys, so fortunately Bellemont, Arizona to Casa, Blanca, New Mexico. So now I got messages coming in. It's load info for the load swap for. Alright. Should be going public in a second here. Alright. Changes saved. Alright. Yep, we're public. Dispatch was a little slow to catch up, but got what we need now. Oh. Put my bills up here. Oh, flip it around. Is that another trailer with no registration though? That's a Tavio. Get rolling. Which way are you heading?
Eastbound.
I'm on my way. How about you?
I got 30. I say me. Man, I'm no damn Florida load, so I'm screwed. I'm not one of those that's gonna wait for one. Where's you recognize it?
Yeah, also recognize the truck number. Yet another trailer. Every trailer I touched this month been expired. I've had to print every single one of them.
Oh shit, that sucks. I could get one. Damn, it's weekend crew too. You can't even say you're gonna get one fax to you or email.
Yeah, that's exactly the problem I had the other day with Alan. He couldn't get to it.
Hopefully they don't fuck with you.
Yeah, I hope not. I mean, I sent the request in for them to send it to me, though, at least.
I guess it's like looking forward to, you know? It's what? What's that?
I think your trailer's leaking a little bit.
It kind of pulls to my right.
What I'm seeing here too.
Yeah, you know, well, you can't probably see, but I'm closer to the left of my lane, and you see the right side is almost to the right of the outside lane. There's the alignment on the axles on the trailer, I think. The inside.
Hey, sure, how you doing? The drink's starting to get a little bit flat. Alright, miles of buff. I'm trying to reserve talking until I know for sure you guys can. Don't wait for it to stop buffering. And I'll fill you guys out what's going on. Alright. Morning, Jim. Hopefully that's all. I'm going to be a little quiet until I know for sure the buffering's gone.
I know I recognize it, man, but I'm terrible with names and memory, man. I can't remember where I saw you.
Scott.
Each other on the road often.
For us either, so mine's not too hard with this thing. For us, you know Jesse Wyatt, right?
Who's that?
You know Jesse Wyatt?
No, I don't think I know it.
Yeah, I guess he was at a truck stop recently and he saw a blue feed of ours in the lot. He goes to jump up and rock the truck and found out the hard way wasn't mine.
Oh, shit. That's one angry motherfucker waking up. That's funny.
Just got assigned to Holly this week because I was with Scott, but he resigned.
Oh, no shit. Scott's on there?
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I heard a rumor he went to.
Yeah, man, she's dope as fuck. She's solid. Solid.
Yeah, she got a bunch of strong performers in her fleet. And I heard nothing at all but good things about her.
Yeah, man, it's just more reason of why I'm still here. You know, I'm almost 5 years late. Yeah, she does have pretty good service. But I mean, it's so easy to work with her. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I also heard that she doesn't screw around when it comes to pain in the ass drivers. I guess anybody's even tries to be a pain in the ass with her, she'll boot them off her fleet.
I don't know, man. I've never had a confrontation of moment with it.
I used to be on Shay's board, and when Shay quit, tried to get over to Jen's board, but her board was full, so ended up getting over to Scott's.
Yeah, I had a buddy of mine, Dominic Walker. He used to be with Scott. I think he is with Scott, actually. Probably just knows his brother lady that way. So. I used to have Kevin. I don't know if you know him. The younger guy.
Yeah, his name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yeah, he's super cool too, man. I think I worked twice for him.
He's not still around, is he?
I don't know. I don't have no idea. Probably not. I haven't heard from him in a while. for 20 miles. I used to do the whole 570 miles straight. That didn't work for the last year and a half. I do 15 cents per mile or 20.
Yeah, I had him set me at 15.
It works, man. I got mine set for the last 6 months at 20. Right now, it's happening all the time, and I just blew a tire yesterday for that fact, you know. There went 12, 13 under, you know, but nothing to panic about. Just fix and keep trucking.
Yeah, I had a $6,500 repair bill a few months ago because power steering fluid was leaking, and then found out the air compressor bearing failed and caused it to leak.
Damn. Yeah, man, I got 742,000 miles on my truck. My radiators go out, all the pumps, all that shit.
Yeah, you know what sucks with that power steering pump is that I just had it replaced in last November.
Man, how many miles you got on your feet?
634 now, I think.
Oh, yeah. We're up there, man.
sense of urgency at all.
It's different.
You're also not a newbie with only like maybe a year of experience, if that.
Yeah. I've been done for a little bit.
As I just stood here, I stopped at Kingman for fuel, and then I let him know. I texted him when I was leaving Kingman to let him know, hey, I'll be there at 7:45, 8 o'clock. And sure enough, I get there right at just a hair before 7:50.
Disconnected already, paperwork in hand, ready to go. Just press send on that macro.
Right? I mean, I was going to need a 30-minute break anyway, but it was still like, come on, dude. Don't hold me up.
Nah, for sure. Definitely not how you want to spend your 30 minutes. Something to eat, you know?
Yeah. And then a couple weeks ago, I did a swap in Beaver, Utah. I had two do a 10-hour break. I had, you know, if I did a 10, one other with the other was going to be late. So I was trying to get home to do an 8-2 split at my house, and then have a fresher clock to work with, and make sure I can get both deliveries done on time. And freaking knucklehead, he was nosed into the spot, and I was actually doing my 10 at the very next exit over from where he was at, and I sat there for 21 minutes waiting for him to come out of his truck and move it before he finally did anything.
Oh, yeah,
So I'm oh, Linda, we get to flip each other off. All right, where are you at? I might be able to flip off Jesse Wyatt as well, because he's coming this direction. And same with Eric Wildman. Last time I saw Eric here, Oklahoma, coming in for all you guys. I got you that time, but I think I was getting static before that. I'm surprised. Alright guys, we just got through the stuff area. Pretty nice day. I got a lot of smoke in the sky though. But that might be a good thing as far as keeping my my phone a little cool. Okay, so yeah, Octavio, the other JCT truck up there, about 3 trucks in front of me. He's on his way to Sterling, Illinois. Hey, what's up, Cody? While I was hanging out there, one of the DMs asked me if I'd mind doing a swap with the driver who just got hired last week and is trying to get home. I was going to Temple, Texas, here on I-40, but because she asked me while I was doing that 10-hour break, yeah, because I was going to go back down to I-10 last night and go across I-10 instead, but because this guy needed a swap, and who's this here, 3775 something. I couldn't tell that was an H or something else. So at the time the other driver was in Kingman, and so I let Amy, the other driver's DM, let her know, hey, I'll be rolling at such and such time, about 1 a.m. Pacific, and wants to split the Casa Blanca. From my house, Casa Blanca is as far as I can reach. So, and then the guy only made it to Bellemont. Even from Colton to Bellemont, or actually Colton to Flagstaff, because I used to do that route. I used to deliver to the Sam's Club there in town, which is about 15 miles, not quite 15 miles past Bellemont. That's barely. This guy's much of a. That guy was much of a runner. ¿Cómo estás, Marcos? just started the stream, and I know Scotty's streaming right now also, so I naturally expect the viewer count's going to be a little lower when Scotty's streaming. And some people will watch both streams at the same time, but now there are others who will, they have more of an allegiance to him, and I'm okay with that. It's some people only know me because of Scotty, so I'd be the same way. Colton, okay, my house to the Arizona line is 190 miles or so. I'll move over and let that car go by, because I'm not, this downhill is making it take longer for me to catch and pass these guys. Anyway, it's 190 from my house, you bastard, and then you drop in behind me because you're getting off the freeway. I would have stayed over in that lane had I known you were doing that. Anyway, then from my house to Colton it's 45 miles. So that's 235. And then add in 185 after that, that's about 420. So I don't know where that kid started his day at, but it sounded like he only ran about 420 miles, which doesn't really sound like the most motivated guy in the world. I don't know. I don't want to make assumptions because I don't know. He might have had to cover some deadhead miles to get to Colton or something, or could have gotten held up or whatever else also, and had a 14-hour clock running down. But it does kind of make me wonder. We do have a lot. There are drivers out here who are like that. They'll only run like 300 or 400 miles at a time, and they think that's okay. And it's okay as long as you make the delivery on time. It's so what? But I don't plan to get very good miles, like weekly miles, doing that. Scotty, you said what's up? Okay, so you guys know I posted a video the other day on how to correct a setup that's too much toward the side. This case here, when I parked in Bellemont, just right before I started this stream here, I had the opposite kind of backing situation where I was too much toward the blind side. And I'm going to probably use that footage to make another how-to on how to fix that kind of a problem. Now, I had to do two setup corrections because the first one I didn't have the best execution on the setup correction. Plus, I had a Conestoga driver parked where I kind of jammed up my tractor on and didn't let my tandems get far enough down into the lane before I did the setup correction either. So, there are going to be some details in there I'll have to talk about. Kind of explain how and why the first setup correction went wrong and how and why the second one went more perfectly. But I do have that footage saved. At least I hope it all saved. I know when I was coming into the lot there it was good, that it was saved. Auto hauling specialist. So, what I might end up doing is stopping perhaps stop in Holbrook or something. Give me a fresher drink to have. That'll Wiley Sanders trailer or something, or what used to be one? Is that this one right in front of me with one red with a red stripe on the right door, but nothing on the left? The design just kind of makes me think it's a Wiley Sanders trailer, or it used to be one. So we'll find out when we catch up to them. So that loader going the other way on that flat on the low boy there, looks like it had chains on it. You know, like it's been getting used in the snow or some shit. Get my SD card for my Garmin camera, the one that faces inward at me, so that backing video, that backing footage I got, have all three views, you know, front, back, and interior. cares at all about the construction zone speed limit here. I've been doing 70. I'm not keeping up with anybody, and well, the guy behind me backed off a little bit, but not by much. Stuff. Yeah, looks like they sent me the registration for the trailer finally, so I can get it printed. I'm getting a little irritated about that. Every freaking trailer I touch has expired registration because nobody's ever looking at it.
Mom accused of smothering 3 kids to death is confronted by family, says, "I was scared," report MSN.com 6 hours ago. During a video call with members of her family, an Arizona mother accused of smothering her 3 young children to death claimed she was high on drugs at the time and didn't know what was going on. Rachel Henry, 22, remains in a state prison, charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder after allegedly killing her 3 children back in January. Despite entering a not guilty plea to all 3 counts, Henry allegedly confessed to police to killing son Zane Henry, 3, and daughters Mireya Henry, who was almost 2, and Catalea Rios, who was 7 months. Henry allegedly sang nursery rhymes to 2 of the children during the smothering murders. According to police, Zane tried stopping Henry from hurting Mireya, and punched her during a struggle. He also scratched and pinched his mother's chest, struggling to free himself as she allegedly smothered him next. Catalea was the last to be killed. In a new video obtained by 12 News, Henry talks about the day of the killings, telling her aunt Perla Rebolado, "I felt like I was losing my mind." She told her aunt, "I didn't know what was going on. I told you I felt like I was losing my mind, because I didn't understand why everyone was acting the way they were. I was on drugs. I was freaking out and I didn't know what to do. I know I was scared." During the 6-minute call, Henry told her aunt that her family did not take her claims about her mental health seriously. "That is the point I kept telling you," she said. "I felt like I was losing my mind. I didn't know what was going on. I tried to talk to someone, they said I was stupid or I was scared, and I didn't know what I was talking about." Henry also alleged in the video that her relatives restricted her from going out. "Do you know how bad I wanted to go to the store? I wanted to go outside. I wanted to do this and I wanted to do that. You said I couldn't be seen by Francisco. You said I couldn't go to the store because of the babies and this and that. I was trapped in the house and I felt like I was going crazy." Want to keep up with the latest crime coverage? Sign up for People's free true crime newsletter for breaking crime news, ongoing trial coverage and details of intriguing unsolved cases.
You know, I'd be pissed about that. Freaking bullshit drug habit had a direct impact on the lives of some innocent kids. I hope she cleaned up her act after that and realized just how big a fucking moron you are to do drugs, get strung out on them. No offense to anybody who's had a past drug habit or has an active one, but we're all morons in one way or another, even myself. And it's just idiotic to pick up a drug habit like that. Like they say, drugs and alcohol just leads to debauchery. across California, man, there are a lot of trucks parked on the off ramps and truck stops and all that, all going eastbound out of California. Apparently Friday was a very busy outbound freight day in Southern Cal. Sometimes I'll come out here and I'll see there's a whole bunch of trucks one time, and then the next time it'll be more soft on the traffic, and then another time it'll be heavier again. Like right now it's on the heavier side. And just seeing all the trucks that were parked. Like, I don't think I'd seen it that heavy with trucks parked on along the road in the middle of the night in a while. Stopping there with Nora and Chloe on the way home from Oklahoma when I was in that recovery truck.
Article 155 of 179. Menu Living. Family discovers rare, alien, critters worth $65,000 at the beach by Ben Cost.
Shit, I'm
September
there.
8, 2020, 9:49 a.m. The tides of fortune were in their favor. A UK family became the envy of beachcombers everywhere after discovering alien creatures worth about $65,000 on the Wales coast, as seen in a viral video uploaded by Liverpool Echo. It was quite an attraction for the locals, said Martin Green, 47, who stumbled upon the ritzy critters while vacationing with his family in Carnarvon on Sunday. The second clip posted on Facebook, Green and his fam can be seen gawking at hundreds of the pearly white shellfish which are attached to what looks like a large piece of driftwood. At one point, the camera zooms in to show them flicking their tentacled appendages in and out. A quick Google search by Green's son revealed that the mystery critters were gooseneck barnacles, a filter-feeding crustacean that's a delicacy in Portugal and Spain. These ritzy critters can fetch over $100 a pound. Dubbed Perseus, these fortune-making morsels can fetch up to $125 per pound, making them some of the most expensive seafood on Earth, reports Estifoot Travel. Green estimates that this particular batch was worth upward of $65,000 as there were probably about 2,000 of them. It turns out they are one of the most expensive sea creatures you can buy, he said. In order to keep others from killing the golden goosenecks, the marketing agency boss has kept the exact location of his find a secret. He's not being overzealous. Fishermen in Galicia, Spain brave treacherous tides and even harm from violent groups to get their paws on the pricey barnacles. Filed under most expensive seafood, viral videos, 9/8/20. Trending now. Army veteran kills himself in horrifying Facebook livestream. Here's what the McDonald's Travis Scott meal comes with. Here's how much Pelosi salon owner made in GoFundMe campaign. Rochester PD's entire command staff retires amid Daniel Prude protests. J-Lo, a Rod's last-ditch pitch to save Mets bid puts her in control. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle list appearance demands, report more on. Viral videos. That's a stinky situation. Toddler stuck in toilet seat gets rescued with a hacksaw. Dramatic video shows flaming flame fly the night sky. Rochester road rage. Protester hit by car as driver sprays crowds. Brainy baby refuses to be stumped by 3-cup game. Email newsletters. Mobile apps. Contact us tips. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, email, YouTube. Copyright 2020 NYP Holdings, Inc. All rights reserved. Terms of use. Privacy. Article 156 of 179. Woman's purse taken at gunpoint in Victorville Kohl's parking lot. 3 arrested. BVNG.com, yesterday. Victorville, Caliph. BVNG.com, an adult and 2 teens were arrested after they robbed a woman of her purse at gunpoint in the Kohl's parking lot, officials said. It happened at about 8:15 p.m. on Sunday, September 6, 2020, in the 14,300 block of Bear Valley Road in Victorville. Sheriff's spokeswoman Mara Rodriguez told BBNG the 42-year-old female victim was returning to her car after shopping when a car stopped near her. 3 males. 2 of the males approached her, one was drawn, and robbed her of her purse, stated Rodriguez. The subjects got back into the car and the female driver sped off. Deputies from the Victorville station responded and located the suspect vehicle at Cahuenga and Bonanza, less than 10 minutes later. Deputies stopped the vehicle and detained 3 male passengers and the female driver. The 4 were confirmed to be the suspects responsible for the robbery, stated Rodriguez. The adult suspect, identified as 19-year-old Dion Blunt, was arrested and booked at High Desert Detention Center for PC 211 robbery with a weapon. His bail is set at $100,000 and is scheduled for arraignment on September 9, 2020. Rodriguez said a 17-year-old male was arrested and booked at Juvenile Hall for robbery with a firearm, and a 17-year-old female was also arrested for robbery with a firearm. She was issued a citation to appear in court and released to her mother due to a medical issue, stated Rodriguez. The 3rd male juvenile was not charged and was released. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000. Like our Facebook page. Twitter. 79. Leverage survey. It's no secret retail investors have been a force in the current bull market, shoveling money into stocks and reaping the benefits of a strong market. 6 months into the pandemic, the bullishness has continued. Investors are trading more and even getting into options and margin, 2 forms of leverage that can magnify wins but also losses. According to a Yahoo Finance Harris poll published on Sep 9, 33% of people holding stock indicated they've been trading more since the pandemic began, and a similar number said they're trading individuals more. They've increased the amount of stock exposure in their portfolio. At the same time, just 16% and 17% own less stock and trade less stock, respectively. Interestingly, respondents with household income less than $50,000 said they traded more frequently since the pandemic and had more stock exposure, even more than the $100,000 or more group. The middle tier of earners, with income between $50,000 and $100,000, were more conservative. So, trading is up, single stock action is up, and overall market exposure is up. Interestingly, the bullishness has pushed some retail investors into the world of leverage. 43% of retail investors said they are using options, margin, or both. 23% of respondents are just using options and 10% are just using margin, which is borrowing money to trade, either borrowing to buy or borrowing to sell a stock short. These strategies amplify gains, but they also magnify losses, which exposes an investor to significant downside risk. View photos. Yahoo Finance. Options trading is easy on platforms like Robinhood and is a very useful financial instrument to hedge risk, but many retail market observers like Chris Larkin, Managing Director of Trading and Investment Product at E-Trade, are concerned they're used too much for speculation. The survey's high options numbers echoed other evidence that we're in an options boom. In 2020 so far, there has been an average of 28 million options contracts per day, up 45% from last year, according to the Options Clearing Corp. The increased options use has been accompanied by stories of riches but also of heartbreak. The poll also dove into one area of the coronavirus bull market, the fact that the rally has been largely led by a small number of stocks. The market cap weighted S&P 500, for example, has become so concentrated by a few mega cap stocks like Facebook, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google that it's become a problem for some mutual funds. And when these tech stocks got hit this week, the entire index plummeted because of their outsized influence. Though we know investors have been trading individual stocks more, the poll results show this concentration in more detail. View photos. AP photo, Mark Lenehan, file. More than 1 in 5, 21%, respondents with stock positions own Amazon, AMZN, with 19% owning Facebook, FB, 18% owning Netflix, NFLX, 17% owning Apple, AAPL, and 11% owning Tesla, TSLA. On the other hand, 53% of retail investors surveyed don't own any of those stocks, meaning that a significant number of people are looking to less flashy stocks, or mutual funds and ETFs. View photos. Yahoo Finance. While these mega cap companies might be held for years, just under half, 44%, of the survey respondents said they have been trying to time the market, a fairly high number. And for those investors actively trying to take advantage of the market's moves, the average number of trades per month is 4.5. With the rise of commission-free trading across the big brokerages like Schwab, E-Trade, and TD Ameritrade, as well as upstart Robinhood, this was the first time retail investors could trade without paying $7 or so each time amid wild volatility in the market, and they're doing a lot of tinkering. The Yahoo Finance Harris poll results align with anecdotal data from brokerages showing that young people these days have a big appetite for risk. More poll data from Yahoo Finance and the Harris poll here. Ethan Wolfman is a writer at Yahoo Finance focusing on consumer issues, personal finance, retail, airlines, and more. Follow him on Twitter at @ewolfman. Why the 2020 rally doesn't feel like a bubble, hedge fund veteran. Stock split behavior confuses billionaire and analysts. Mutual funds have a FAAMG problem. NYU professor, make sure young investors don't become addicted to online stock trading.
Trade down margin, that can be, when everybody's doing it, that's a concern. Because it artificially inflates the stock prices, creates a price bubble that professional investors will recognize very quickly, and when they, they'll wait to see when it loses steam, it runs out of energy to, run out of buyers, then they'll find any excuse to sell and take. It's like 36.25 Bravo. Winslow, Arizona now. Heading eastbound on I-40.
Article 158 of 179. Mall owners close to buying J.C. Penney out of bankruptcy by Andy Inocencio 22H. The Associated Press follow. New York, AP, mall owners Simon Property Group and Brookfield Property Partners are close to a deal to buy department chain hearing in bankruptcy court Wednesday. Sussberg said that the Penny would have an enterprise value of $1.75 billion, including $300 million in cash from the two landlords and $500 million in new debt. He noted that a letter of intent including more details of the pact will be filed with the bankruptcy court in the next day. Penny will be left with $1 billion in cash after the deal is completed, he said. We are all committed to moving this quickly and saving J.C. Penney, Sussberg said during the court hearing. The 118-year-old department store based in Plano, Texas, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in mid-May, one of the biggest retailers to do so since the pandemic temporarily non More than 40 retailers have filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy this year, including more than 24 retailers since the coronavirus outbreak. Among the hardest hit have been department stores, which were already struggling to respond to shoppers' shift to online shopping. The tentative agreement between two big landlords and Penny is the latest example of mall owners' increasing willingness to buy out their pandemic-hit tenants. Mall owners are facing big challenges as stores close or are unable to pay rent. The exit or closing of retailers also triggers a clause that would allow other tenants to break their leases or get a rent reduction without facing penalties. In fact, a retail venture owned by licensing company Authentic Brands Group and Simon agreed to purchase 200-year-old clothier Brooks Brothers for $325 million last month. Neither Simon nor Brookfield responded to requests for comment regarding the tentative deal with Penny. Follow Andy Inocencio. Article 159 of 179. Lori Loughlin to serve prison sentence in Methville, Gossip Cop 1 hours ago. This fall, Lori Loughlin and Massimo Giannulli are going to prison for their role in the college admissions scandal. As of right now, we do not know which prison either will serve their time. One outlet claims Loughlin is headed for harsh prison conditions. Gossip Cop investigates. Loughlin wants Methville. According to the National Enquirer, Loughlin may serve time in a California town so ravaged by drugs it's been dubbed Methville. The prison in question is the Federal Correctional Institution in Victorville. The paper describes a drug bust that happened just minutes away from the prison compound where a correctional officer was arrested. Authorities seized over 500 pounds of methamphetamine and other paraphernalia. The outlet speaks to the warden of San Quentin State Prison, a notoriously tough prison where Johnny Cash once performed, who spoke about drug smuggling in prison. The publication also spoke to a resident of the town who said meth was a major problem. The article ends by saying Loughlin is going to have to learn a lot about the streets and how to hustle fast. This can only speculative. None of this article is directly related to Loughlin in any way. When she was sentenced, the judge did not say which prison she would be attending. Victorville is a possibility because the female side of the camp is minimum security. Loughlin will almost certainly not be put in a situation where she will need to learn a lot about the streets. She's a millionaire who has been convicted of a white-collar crime, so she'll almost certainly serve her time in a minimum security prison. Not that serving any prison time is exactly ideal, but the differences between minimum and maximum security are enormous. Why does the town even matter? This tabloid also does not admit Victorville would be minimum security. No prison in the United States is located in a lush neighborhood. For inmates, it only matters what the conditions within the prison are. Loughlin's not looking to move to Methville and get a cottage. She would spend 100% of her time in the correctional facility, so nearby crimes are a non-factor. This entire article is just an effort to make Loughlin's future look as bleak as possible. Additional Enquirer efforts to exploit Loughlin. The admissions scandal has made Loughlin into a very easy target, and tabloids aren't exactly known for restraint. This tabloid said Loughlin was more focused on a TV comeback than on prison, which is not true, as People reports Loughlin is understandably terrified of going during this pandemic. It said Laughlin was being shunned by her new neighbors, but a source close to Laughlin clarified to Gossip Cop that welcome arms one involved, and the tabloid does not need to use the threat of meth to make the situation bleak. Article 160 of 179. California Sheriff Deputy burglarized home after responding to death there. NBC News, yesterday. Southern California Sheriff's deputy accused of stealing items from an unoccupied home days after he responded to a report of a death there is facing a burglary charge, officials said Thursday. Steve Hortz, a 12-year veteran of the Orange County Sheriff's Department, was arrested Thursday and placed on administrative leave, sheriff's officials said in a statement. Hortz went to the home July 20 after a report about a man in his 70s who died of natural causes, officials said. They said he returned to the home 3 times in late July and mid-August, once in uniform to unlock a door and twice more to remove items. Security video from the home in the city of Yorba Linda, which has contracted for sheriff's service since 2013, captured the crimes, authorities said. Deputy Hotters returned to that residence in the early morning hours, gained entrance to the residence through the unlocked door, and was seen on recordings removing items from the residence, Sheriff Don Barnes said at a news conference Thursday. Hortz is accused of taking 2 safes, ceiling fans, a rifle case and other items, yet to be determined. Sheriff's officials said an attorney for the deceased man's estate contacted the department to report items missing in home security video of the deputy. The Deputies Union, the Association of Orange County Deputy Sheriffs, did not immediately respond to a request for a response Thursday night. The suspected criminal actions of this deputy are a violation of public trust, are inexcusable and intolerable, Barnes said in a statement. On Wednesday, the Office of the District Attorney in Orange County announced an unrelated case against Deputy Angelina Cortez, 41, who is accused of taking a credit card from a suspect and giving it to her son to use. She was charged with filing a false police report. The Association of Orange County Deputy Sheriffs did not immediately to respond to a request for comment in Cortez's case.
Yeah, no integrity at
Article
all.
161 of 179. GMFB reacts to Dolphins' powerful national anthem and racial inequality video. NFL 4 hours ago. GMFB reacts.
Yeah, no, that doesn't help make law enforcement look any the least bit good. But they don't have any integrity. They're caught doing shit like that. It gives people even more legitimate reason to complain about all the use of force situations that make the news. White Freelander JCT coming this way. We got 3633 Foxtrot, looks like. Yeah, got enough water in your bed? quick stop there, just for a drink, really. And we'll continue on. Let's see, 3:32 to go on the clock. That's a range of about 200 miles. 210 actually. Clock to work with to make it to Casa Blanca.
GMFB reacts to Dolphins' powerful national anthem and racial inequality video NFL 4 hours ago. GMFB reacts to Dolphins' powerful national anthem and racial inequality video. The Good Morning Football crew reacts to the video. Reed Fowler offers tips and tricks for creating the perfect daily fantasy lineup. DraftKings NFL analyst Reed Fowler joins Good Morning Football and shares how the pandemic impacts fantasy football and offers tips and tricks for putting together the perfect lineup. Copyright 2020 NFL Enterprises LLC. NFL and the NFL Shield design are registered trademarks of the National Football League. The team names, logos and uniform designs are registered trademarks of the teams indicated. All other NFL-related trademarks are trademarks of the National Football League. NFL footage copyright NFL Productions LLC. Article 162 of 179. Texas police group puts up billboard warning, enter at your own risk, saying Austin defunded police. CBS News 10 hours ago. The Texas Municipal Police Association, TMPA, has put up 2 billboards along Interstate 35 entering Austin after the City Council voted last month to cut the Austin police budget. One of them reads, warning. Austin defunded police. Enter at your own risk. The second says, limited support next 20 miles, according to the association. TMPA, the largest law enforcement association in Texas, said on Facebook it released the billboards, which include the hashtag #BackTheBlue, to raise public awareness that Austin is a defunded city. Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick backed the campaign, calling them great new billboards, in a tweet on Wednesday, while Texas Governor Greg Abbott tweeted about them with the hashtag #TexasBacksTheBlue. Abbott has called on every Texan and candidate for public office to sign a pledge against defunding the state's police departments and posted on social media Thursday afternoon to show support for law enforcement. Defunding our police departments would invite crime into our communities and put people in danger, reads the pledge. That is why I pledge to support any measure that discourages or stops efforts to defund police departments in Texas. Defunding the police has been a focal point for protesters who have taken to the streets in recent months following the death of George Floyd at the hands of police in Minneapolis. Some cities across the U.S. have acted on the calls, which come as part of a wider movement against racial injustice and police brutality. Supporters have said, defunding isn't about doing away with all funding for police departments. The practice is often a reallocation of some money from law enforcement to other services that could help the community. In Austin, the City Council approved a $150 million cut in funding to the Austin Police Department last month, with the majority of money being redirected to other departments and social services, according to CBS Austin. Austin Mayor Steve Adler and other council members argue the changes will improve public safety. He took to Twitter last month to explain the changes. This budget responds to concerns expressed all over the community and embodies our values as a city. New investment is focused on the underlying causes of crime, he wrote. The new budget maximizes officer effort and invests in programs and strategies to decrease crime, Adler said. Adler has pointed to Denver as a city that effectively transformed its police department, CBS Austin reports. Denver is now sending mental health professionals instead of police to respond to nonviolent 911 calls. According to Adler, none of the calls in Denver have required police backup. This frees up officers for other police work. While cities like Denver and Austin call the defunding effort reimagining public safety, others, including Texas Governor Abbott, see it as a threat to law and order, according to CBS Austin. However, Adler says Austin continues to be the safest big city in Texas. I mean, you could have a 50% increase in homicides in Austin and you still wouldn't get up to where Fort Worth is, a smaller city than we are, the mayor said. In a news conference Thursday, Abbott, a Republican, was joined by other officials who signed the pledge against defunding police departments in the state. Texas Democrats issued their own pledge in response to the Back the Blue campaign. The Democrats' Texas First pledge includes protecting public health by following scientists' recommendations in responding to COVID-19, providing coverage for pre-existing conditions, and supporting small businesses and education. The party shared the pledge on Twitter and urged Abbott and Senator John Cornyn, a fellow Republican, to sign it. Article 163 of
3441J, I think it said. Police might be defunded, but remember, that's Texas. I don't know if you really want to have too much of a crime problem in Texas. Half everybody there has got a gun.
2004 by Greg Evans 7H. Deadline follow. Stevie Lee GoFundMe. Stevie Lee, a pro wrestler who went by the name Puppet the Psycho Dwarf and appeared in the film Jackass 3D and TV shows American Horror Story, Freak Show and Spike TV's 2010 reality series Half Pint Brawlers, died unexpectedly at his home Wednesday. He was 54. Details of the death were not disclosed on the GoFundMe page that announced his passing. Funds raised through the page will go to brother Jim Richardson for handling burial and funeral costs. Lee, whose full name was Stevie Lee Richardson, began his on-camera pro wrestling career in 2002 on the pay-per-view series NWA Total Nonstop Action. He would later go on to create the Half Pint Brawlers organization, scoring the 2010 reality series Half Pint Brawlers on Spike TV. Appearing as himself in Johnny Knoxville's 2010 feature Jackass 3D, Lee was cast as a Munchkin in Sam Raimi's 2013 James Franco-fronted Oz the Great and Powerful. A year later he appeared in an episode of Ryan Murphy's American Horror Story, Freak Show. He was beloved by many and has many friends that were family, fans that adored him, but only his brother Jim left to take care of final arrangements, according to the GoFundMe page. Puppet has put smiles across the world with his hardcore attitude and lifestyle. He is a legend in the art of midget wrestling. He needs our help to give him one last curtain call. Article 164 of 179. Police accused in George Floyd's death appear together in court for first time. MSN.com 10 hours ago. A U.S. policeman charged with murdering George Floyd, the 46-year-old African-American whose death in May sparked nationwide protests, appeared in court for the first time Friday, along with 3 other officers implicated in the killing. As scores of protesters outside the Family Justice Center in Minneapolis demanded justice, the 4 officers sought separate trials in the case, as court filings showed each seeking to pin the blame for Floyd's death on the others. Derek Chauvin, charged with second and third-degree murder and manslaughter after being filmed pressing his knee to Floyd's neck until he died, claims a fentanyl overdose was the cause of the fatality, and accused 2 other officers of not correctly assessing Floyd's condition. Prosecutors rejected the overdose claim as ludicrous, and said all 4, Chauvin, Thomas Lane, Alexander Kung and Tu Thao, should be tried together based on substantial evidence that they worked in close concert with one another when Floyd was killed. Brutal and dehumanizing murder. Floyd's death on May 25 became a symbol of what many say is systemic racism and abuse of African Americans by police, and sparked protests across the country that continue under the banner of Black Lives Matter. Prosecutors say Floyd's death was vicious, brutal, and dehumanizing. He had been detained for allegedly using a counterfeit $20 bill. All 4 defendants say the decision to restrain Floyd, who was handcuffed and held down by 2 of the officers while under Chauvin's knee, was reasonably justified. The officers were all fired one day after Floyd's death, reflecting the growing seriousness with which U.S. cities are beginning to take police abuse allegations. Lane, Kung and Thao face charges of aiding and abetting second-degree murder and manslaughter. District Court Judge Peter Cahill rejected a defense lawyer's move to introduce evidence into the trial that during a May 2019 arrest in Texas, Floyd swallowed drugs to avoid being charged. The defense is suggesting, but has not revealed evidence, that Floyd did the same in the May 25, 2020 incident. Black Lives Matter. Protesters gathered outside the courthouse in downtown Minneapolis ahead of the hearing, chanting, "George Floyd," and carrying placards and a large flag that read, "Black Lives Matter." The hearing focused on the difficulty of providing a safe and fair jury trial, scheduled to begin in March 2021, given the massive publicity to the case, which has inflamed opinions on both the right and left sides of the political spectrum. As the defendants, their lawyers and prosecutors all wore safety masks, the court wrestled over how to seat a jury given the threat of COVID-19, and what defense lawyers said are constant threats over phone and social media that could poison a fair trial. Jury selection usually involves parading dozens of candidates through a courtroom for live questioning by lawyers from both sides to determine if they are already biased. Cahill proposed to send questionnaires to potential jurors at their homes. But defense attorneys said that risks them being able to look up the case on the internet and form opinions before they reply to the questions. Meanwhile, the judge put off, for the time being, a motion by defense lawyers to move the case to another jurisdiction, saying a fair trial in Minneapolis was impossible. After the hearing, Ben Crump, an attorney for Floyd's family, accused the defendants of falling back on tactics of smearing Floyd's image to justify his death. It is a blatant attempt to kill George Floyd a second time. They kill a person and then assassinate his character, Crump said. The only overdose that killed George Floyd was an overdose of excessive force and racism by the Minneapolis Police Department, he said. STRPMHBFM. Article 165 of 179. Largest wildfire in California history grows.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I'm just here for a drink and to get that registration printed. Guess I'll just go find a parking spot.
There's one more to the right, but I know for sure the second to the last is closed.
I'll check for you. So I'm not going to the fuel island. I'm going to park. Now there's a truck in that last one. Well, you know what? Is that other... Well, then again... That one truck's parked in front of that lane, so imagine when he wants to leave, there's a chance he's going to want to move those.
Why do you keep slowing down in that hammer like gas on the saw? I bet you get it all over. But don't slow down in front of me. Nice and wide lane there. I gotta be careful. I can't really see how close I am to that guy back there. Alright guys, I'll be right back. Get that document printed and get me a drink refill.
thought, you know, I actually need my phone. I gotta be a doctor phone, and so I need to email them back and let them know, hey, this document just sent me is expired. It's I can't use it. It's the same one that I'm trying to get rid of. So once I get it downloaded onto my email here on the tablet, we'll send a response back and then get rolling again. Spell my own name. Okay, so got that message sent out now. Oh, got a new trash bag here, whatever. Alright, so I got 311 to work with on my clock. About not quite 80 miles away from the New Mexico line, and 108 from where I would like to stop. I also retrieved the dash cam data for the, well, I was able to get this backing here, but for some reason it didn't hold on to the, I don't know what happened. It didn't keep the piece of footage, my backing in Bellemont. And I was really looking forward to having that backing footage so I could make a how-to on how to correct backings when the setup is too much to the blind side. Particularly when your trailer is going to track too much toward that guy at the blind side of you instead of your spot. What I saved was the footage going into the lot, but then before I got a chance to get to where the parking spot was at, I did not save that part, and I don't know why it wasn't even in the unsaved folder. Looks like Linda is calling me. Let's see where she's at. Oh. She was trying to call me. I didn't see because my ringer's not on. It wasn't until I glanced over there and noticed it. So I'll call her back. Linda Bass, how you doing? I'm actually just now leaving the TA in Holbrook. Where are you at? 283. Yeah. Oh, so you just got past Gallup? Okay. Alright, so let's see. I'm about 75 out from the border, so we're about 85-ish away from each other, so 42. So 327. So just on your side of Navajo Travel Plaza, we'll probably cross. Yeah, it'll probably be like 327, 328, 329, somewhere in that, somewhere within about 5 or so miles of Navajo Travel Plaza, or about, what's that, 10 miles or so, 10 to 15 miles west of the way station. Yeah, yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Oh, Acoma? Yeah. This guy named Octavio, you're gonna together. He also stopped at TA, but he got rolling a few 11. It's a black liner. All right. Well, at least I know which whereabout I'm gonna run into you at. So as soon as I see this silver Freightliner coming at me, I'm gonna yeah, I'll be ready to flip the bird. Yeah. Well, I don't know about pretty blue, but it's blue. Uh, hmm, like your old one? Oh, okay. I kept thinking your other one was black one. 3801 or whatever that one was. Hmm. Speaking of, it's not. You saw 3801? Ah. Yeah, I thought I might have seen it earlier, but no, I didn't. Hmm. Ah, I just saw 4152 going the other way. We waved at each other. Yeah. Right. Oh yeah, Arizona will make it go out of alignment also. Yeah. I saw Brian Zadell going the other way a couple days ago, and then I saw Ted Wysocki going westbound today. I'm not really friends with him, but I know his truck number. I don't have a problem with him. I just have a problem with him on Facebook. Um, you, you know how anal I can be about stuff sometimes. Yeah, you know how technical I can be about things. Okay, well, yeah, amplify that a little bit for Ted. Well, I mean, the problem I always had with Ted, he'd be critical of the way I write. Like, 'cause, I write like these sometimes paragraph-looking things, and it's easy to get carried away when I type as fast as I do, and 'cause up, higher, 88. Yeah, but certified speed is 88. So yeah, it's up there. I don't know many people who can type that fast, and that's still pretty fast. Yeah, well, of course, when you can type as fast as you can talk, pretty much, it's easy to get carried away, and then I guess because I didn't break it up into paragraphs and instead of one long one, it frustrated me. I'm like, I can't. I'm having a hard time reading this way. It's not that hard. And then, especially if you're like me, where a lot of times, if I have a hard time with it, if I'm on my phone, just tap on it. I mean, a long tap it, and then hit copy, and then it goes to my clipboard, and my voice reader plays it. But no, it's that, and then I remember there was another discussion we'd had. And he was trying to lecture me on how to work to live and not live to work. I'm like, yeah, that's easy for you to say, fucker. You have a freaking you're a former business owner and you're only driving for fun. And you don't need the money. You're just doing it for just to keep yourself occupied. Versus me, I got family to take care of, to help support, and I can't afford to just sit around, just be great, but sometimes things are beyond my control too. Life happens. I'm good at budgeting. Just things happen that don't never allow me to get anywhere. Oh yeah, well, yes, mm, like, damn, press. Okay. Uh, from Washington. Damn. That's like that's like 1,200 miles, or at least depending on where you pick the apples up from. And that route, which way you come down? 395? Oh, worked your way down to Vegas and then down 15? Oh, okay. Yeah, that definitely helps. All right, got a what's this mile marker I just passed? Is that 297 or something like that? There is a trooper just came into the median to watch traffic. Came over to my side, but looked like he's getting ready to. Looked like he turned around to start to watch your side. Yeah, yeah, I think that was 297, but I mean, double check. Yeah, that is 297 because 298's right here in front of me. That's why I like synchronize on my one of my trip meters with mile posts. That way, if I forget to look at one or one's missing or something, or I get blocked from seeing it by other traffic, I can always just remember what mile post I reset the trip meter at, and I just add or subtract as needed. And oh yeah, I'm at this and this. Mhm. Hmm. Huh. Interesting. Hmm. Damn. So how well does that mile marker indicator thing on it work in California? Yeah, I'm curious because California, actually the U.S. highways in Nevada, Idaho, Oregon, and all that, those are the same way as what California's are, but only the U.S. highways. Now I just I'm actually coming up on 301. Where are you at now? 354. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like about 327, 328. All right. So anybody watching, we'll watch. Keep an eye out for Linda at the 328 mile marker. 327, 328. That's about 26 miles from here. You might get a bypass her. Yeah. Well, I'm hoping I don't get dragged in for inspection because this trailer has expired registration in it, and then on top of that, when they when they emailed me a copy of the registration for this trailer, find out it's the expired one. It's not a current one. It's like I just paid $2 for to get that fax to myself to find out it's freaking expired. You shit me. I wasn't very happy about that. How long ago was this? I'm wondering if it was that same trailer that Cody had when he and I met up in Tucumcari. I'll probably have to ask him if he remembers which one it was. Who's this? I got a blue KW coming at me. And a black one. 3954. And 4077 Charlie. Damn. So they're on the third driver already. Somebody with your husband. Is somebody who's in the group? It's not Rodney and Tanya, is it? Or it wasn't Nicole, was it? No, because I know that, yeah, they were in a different truck number. I remember theirs. Joe. Not really. Huh. Yeah, I couldn't get a good enough look if they were, if the other two that I just passed by waved. I think the first one might have, but um, huh. Oh, going to City of Industry. So you're going to the one over on Baker Street? Yeah. 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 Yeah, I've been there a few times. Yeah, it's on a cul-de-sac. It's off. You know where the 57 and 60 freeways run together? Okay, yeah, right. Well, 'cause, yeah, 57 and 60 run together for a little bit, and that customer you get off at, is it Grand? Might be Grand. I can't remember. It's just before our 57 and 60 split back off from each other, where 60 goes west toward LA, and then 57 goes down into Orange County. Yeah, right. Yeah, like the exit right before that, if I remember right, is the one. I want to say it's Grand, but I could be wrong. Yeah, you make a right there, and then like the first kind of, I don't know, busy or street, whatever, this first street with a light or whatever it is that you can turn left on. That's Baker, and then you just take, yeah, and then you just take Baker all the way down to the very end, and Martin Brower's on the right side. It's kind of a tight lane because of they usually have drop trailers, sometimes double stacked, in between the street and the docks, or between the wall on the street side, whatever, on the docks. So sometimes it's, yeah, that can be pretty tight setup. And I remember the first couple times I went there, they used to have signs up there at the guard shack saying, basically truck like trainer trainee kind of trucks. The trainees are not allowed to do the backing there because it's so because it's so difficult. Yeah, and then not to mention they got the yard dog trying to do his work, and they don't need the yard dog getting held up by somebody taking a long time to do their work or backing, whatever. Hmm. Yeah, I had I had to disconnect from my trailer yesterday when I was on the door at U.S. Foods in Fontana. Normally wouldn't have had to, but one of the U.S. Foods trucks we had backed into one of those spots, one of the drop spots across the lane from where my door was. And then the guy in the door next to me, he wanted to leave, but because the other tractor was still hooked up to the trailer over there, he couldn't get out without hitting me. So I told him, "Hey, don't worry about it, man. I'll go ahead and disconnect and move out of the way, and he can get out." And then I just I was like waiting on them to what was that? Waiting on my bumper money code to come in, or waiting on the bills or something like that. Anyway, um, yeah, I remember that Martin Brower facility. I remember there was one particular guard. I can't stand the guy. I wanted to beat his ass one time. Actually, actually twice because he's just a sniveling little bitch. They vibed him, and I was about ready to tell him, "You better, you better shut the fuck up, or I'm gonna bitch slap you, and or something." And you're not gonna talk to me like that. Uh, I kept it cool, which is hard to do, but I'm not hard by being over a freaking guard, especially if I can complain about the guard to JCT, whatever, or to the customer, and then have them complain to Allied or whoever the security company is doing their services. Hey, you need to get this guy out of here. He sucks. He's an asshole. But yeah, but then the last couple times I went there, they had different people working, and they actually were more pleasant to deal with. Yeah, but of course, it seemed, or maybe I got the when the guy, when the other guy was off or something. But no, I remember but I did one delivery. I think I had like a 5 or 6 a.m. delivery, and like right when they open up, and I walked up to the guard shack, and I go to check in, and I'm like just sitting there watching her through the tinted window thing, doing whatever on her computer on the window or whatever, and then she had like this startled reaction. I'm like, oh, I didn't know you were there. Like, I've been standing there for 10 minutes looking right at you. Like, what's that? Maybe pay attention, or I don't think these tinted windows and you know pre-dawn or right around dawn conditions are helping. But huh, well, I mean, when I first got up there, I just figured, well, it's not quite my appointment time yet. I don't, yeah, they're not really open yet, and I figured she's just maybe she knew I was there, but was intentionally, doing, yeah, because like, hey, it's not time to, maybe they don't check drivers in until they're actually open. But yeah, then I find out afterward that yeah, she had from crossing. What's up? Oh, nice. So he's going eastbound. Ah, damn. Maybe picked it up. What number is it? Ah, yeah. You should be seeing 3611 anytime now. The black Freightliner. This. Oh, okay. Yeah, at least yeah. It's I think it was a Freightliner. I know it's a black one. Or yeah, yeah. I think it was a black one. I'm trying to remember now. Yeah, I was talking to him earlier. His name's Octavio, and he's on his way to Sterling, Illinois. I mean, it could have been blue, but I thought I kept thinking it was black though. And what part of the yard was this in? Oh yeah, kind of over by where the little junkyard is at. Yeah, that's right. I do remember seeing all of them parked over there. And your trailer was where? Wow. 3611 will have four. Yeah, I think he said he's coming up on 5 years. Yeah, that's right. He's got, I think, at least four. And his diamonds are alternating colors. So like one's blue, one's silver, one's blue, one's silver. Yep. Yeah, yeah, they're like two different colors that they use. Good question. Because you only really left because of the injury, and then, but when you came back, did they make you go through like a full orientation, or just kind of a abbreviation, or what? Oh, okay. That's what I would have thought. Oh, yeah, they had a pretty good number of trucks sitting in a new hire lot when I was there the other day. Then, yeah, I saw Scotty's old truck over there in the decom lot. Right. Oh, yeah, you talking about 3611? Yeah, it was an older Freightliner, right? Yeah, yeah, it was probably 3611 because yeah, he should have been about 5 miles or so ahead of me, and I'm expecting that all. Yeah, because I'm at the 323 right now. Where are you at? 333 or so? 331. Okay, I'm coming up on 324, so yeah, about 327 and a half. We're still on track to cross that. Yeah, there was a SIG alert in Victorville this morning when I left the house. Thankfully, I didn't have to deal with it, but yeah, there were like three different accidents all right there at Bear Valley Road. Yeah, one of them, the one that caused the SIG alert was a semi that caught fire. Yeah. Even when I was already, I think, in or about into Kingman or something like that, they still had two of the three lanes blocked for that. And going eastbound or westbound? Uh, so essentially, what you're saying is I might want to stop and gallop. What's that? The only thing that sucks about that is I want to try to reach Oklahoma City on my next shift because my boys are in Oklahoma City now. So if I can get far enough where I can reach OKC on my next shift, then I can shut down there tomorrow and hopefully maybe, yeah. I'm passing by Navajo Travel Center right now. All right. Yeah, I don't deliver till So I found out from Scott before he left that the reason they do it is because I guess sometimes drivers have been known to not know their appointment time. Is that you coming at me? Yeah, that's you. Just blew my air horn. Gave her the finger. She gave me the finger back. I grabbed the horn first, and then I started signaling. Nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end up in a. I think I'll be down to about 5 hours left on my 70 by the time I shut down today, and then get like eight something back tonight. Uh, yeah, I'll have to evaluate what my recaps look like when I shut down. Yeah, because I know I do have a couple of like not so good recaps at some point in time in the week, or not good at all. But I also have some days that are good recaps. Like tonight is decent. Eight something is when I get back. So I mean, I can run a full shift tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow morning, whatever, and then yeah, and then but then it's yeah, it should only be a short trip from there to from wherever I shut down to Ochalata. Yeah, yeah. I was originally going to Temple, but then I ended up well, when I was on my break at the house yesterday, Amy asked me if I'd mind swapping with one of her drivers. The kid just started last week and was trying to get home to. So I don't know where he lives. Somewhere in Texas, though. He had a Beaumont, Texas number, but like my load's going to Temple. I guess it's a bit of a deadhead, but yeah, I guess that'll do. So I don't grasp that whole concept of having a deadhead that a lot of miles to get home for obvious reasons. Yeah, I mean, even who's this? Got a blue Freightliner chasing you. 3906, I think it said. Yeah, it's a blue Freightliner. Um, ah, I mean, this kid I swapped with this morning. Um,
Okay, because I knew yesterday before I mean while I was still on my break that I was gonna meet him somewhere, and then ended up finding out it was they wanted us to swap in Belmont, 'cause that's about as far as he went. So I was like, only he only went from Colton to Belmont. That's barely over 400 miles. That's like it's not running very hard. Uh, that's how it always works. Yep. So I actually like driving at night, but when I do drive at night, I have a strong preference for having at least a little bit of at least some wiggle room to work with, so I can stop and take a nap in the middle of my shift if need be. And even if there's a little bit of wiggle room, I can do. I mean, let's say if it's tight, but there's enough room for me to do an 8-2 split. Like, so I'll take a 2 hour nap in the middle of my shift and then get moving again. And then instead of doing 10-hour breaks, I'll just do 8-2s all the way across. Yeah, but I like having the option of being able to do a full 10-hour break if I feel like I need one. But yeah, this kid though, okay, I told him yesterday I'd probably be there by 8 or 9 in the morning or something if I had to guess. And then when I got moving right at 1 a.m. and got to Kingman, got fuel, and then when I got through fueling, I sent him a text message letting him know, hey, I just finished fueling in Kingman. I'll be there between 7:45 and 8. And he responded pretty fast. Okay. So then, all right. So then once I'm about to get off the freeway, I call him up. Well, hey, I'm getting off the road right now. I'm actually turning onto the overpass. I'd seen a JCT parked up against the curb behind the shop, and that's why I asked him, was that you or are you somewhere else? And he goes, oh, I'm in a regular spot, pointing right at the shop. I was like, okay, I know exactly where to find you then, because I know that lot. So yeah, I got over there. He's not up front, and yeah, I go circle around to go park in the spot next to him. I get all backed into the spot, and I had, mind you, I had to do a couple of setup corrections because I was tracking too much right toward his spot the first time, and then when I tried to correct the setup, because there was a Conestoga in between me and the shop, so and then I didn't do a really well enough executed setup correction, so I was still tracking too much toward the other guy's spot, and and the tandems were still too far out in the lane. So then I backed up some more this time and just tried to get get my tandems deeper down in the lane, and then did another much better setup correction, and then I just once I got the setup done, fixed, it just went right in like butter. Didn't even have to pull up for it. Then I back in, and I get I get out, disconnect from my trailer and all this stuff. He's still not out up in the front seat yet. It's like I just freaking talked to him. Like, what the hell is he doing? It's like I thought maybe he was outside. I thought maybe he was inside the building or something. But then I went ahead and just I wasn't really sure. I went ahead and knocked on his truck after I got through disconnecting everything, and and after several seconds, whatever, I finally see a little bit of motion, whatever. I'm like, okay, so he isn't there. He's in the truck then. It's like, why the hell is he not ready to go? It's like I told you I'd be here about 8 o'clock. Yeah, he didn't have any sense of urgency, and then you don't, like, say I needed to stop for a 30-minute break anyway, but still, I, I, I mean, when yeah, and then I mean, even though I have plenty of time on his load, it's like you don't know what I have going on. I mean, I could have a 14 running down, or I might have certain reasons I want to be more punctual about my shift. And a good example is the one I just did a couple weeks ago in Beaver. Same problem there, freaking young kid and have absolutely zero sense of urgency whatsoever. And that one, I was actually on the phone with my DM bitching about it, and I was saying, I'm hooking back up to my trailer. I'm not, I'm not helping this guy out. If he's gonna sit here and waste my time when I was already in a position where I could not do a 10-hour break. I mean, I guess I kind of could have if I'd gone straight from the swap to the first drop, because he had two drops, one in Commerce and one in Compton, and but the two drops were 6 hours apart from each other, and I'm like 500 miles away from the first drop. So I mean, yeah, that's not going to add up. I can't do all that in a 14-hour shift. So like, I'm going home. Why the hell would I do a 10-hour break in Commerce when I have a house and a wife and kids 2 hours away from there that I can do my break at? I was like, yeah, and then this freaking clown had his wife or whoever on the truck with him. And, oh yeah, more on that too, because I was actually live streaming that, and I was actually having a little bit of an argument with her over that. Because I had sent a nasty gram on the Qualcomm saying, hey, what's this guy's holdup? I've been sitting here for 21 minutes now, and he's not even attempted to move his truck yet. He was nosed into the spot. Now, mind you, I was getting ready to start my shift 3 miles away from a different place. He was at the Flying J. I was over at the Chevron at exit 109, and that's when I got asked about doing that swap, and they had already my DM, and I'm literally at the very next exit away. Oh, what happened? Ah, I hate that. Where we at? I think when yeah, what were we, like a 60 zone or whatever the hell it was. And then I noticed up ahead that the speed limit was going up to 75 or whatever it was. So I laid back and waited to see if he was going to accelerate. He seemed like he was content to stay at 65. So I went ahead and made the decision. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go around him since he doesn't seem to be making any effort to speed up. And next thing you know, I'm right next to him. I'm passing him up, and then he finally decides he's going to get up to the same speed that I'm running. I'm like, seriously? And I had to use the hills and the fact that I was pulling an empty trailer and he was loaded. Was pretty much the only way I was able to get around him. It's like, you piece of shit. Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. What? Exactly. It's like, you idiot. Huh. It's amazing. You'd be surprised. Yeah. Oh, I mean, the people having a hard time doing straight back. Oh God. Yeah. All right. Story time here. I did a swap with a guy at the Flying J in Ogden. I don't know, several months back, and all right. So I was in one of the back-to-back spots, yeah, semi closer to the building. Okay, and then when the other guy finally shows up, yeah, because he picked up a load from Washington going to Brundage, Alabama, and Anyway, he finally shows up, and then I noticed that he was trying to straight back into the spot over, okay, across the row for me, like the very last spot in that row or the next one over before the lane curves and turns directions. And so he had a straight back setup or an offset straight back, and I'm watching. I'm like, why the hell is this guy taking so long to do a straight back backing? I don't get it. I can understand taking a little bit of time if you're not that good at like 45s or blindsides or some shit, but this guy's virtually in a straight back. And I'm like, just scratch this guy in that spot a long time ago, and he's still out there working his way out, and he even got out and looked. I'm like, what? You can't be serious. Yeah. Yeah, it took him I think at least a few minutes to get into his spot, even though it was an offset straight back. And it wasn't even that much of an offset either. Yeah, and then when I go to swap with when I actually, because I had already disconnected from my trailer and Bob tailed over to the other, where his end of the lot was at. And I come up to him and, we swap our paperwork, and then he goes over to where my trailer is at. I go hook up to his, and then I'm like, well, he never showed me a skill ticket, and especially something coming out of Washington, you better fucking show me your skill ticket. So I'm not taking an overweight load. You can take your own damn load. Anyway, yeah, so I get through hooking to the trailer, and then I end up walking back over to where I dropped mine to ask him about how his load's scaled. And I get up there, he's not under the trailer yet, even though he's in front of it. And I could tell because I naturally drop the trailers low, where usually you have to drop your airbags to get underneath it. That way, you get under it, you raise your airbags back up, the landing gear is up off the ground, and it's easy as hell. And then it's easy as hell to crank the gear. So yeah. So then, yeah, and I see that he's in front of it. I can tell he's not under it yet. And so I go around and he's like, I don't know what to do. Like, what do you mean you don't know what to do? It's like, I can't get underneath it. Drop your airbags. Duh. And I was like, how do I do that? Like, really? How do you not know how to drop your freaking airbags? Like, well, I found out probably the part of the story behind this, or the truth on this, because the guy he had not been with us very long, and he was one of those 6-month Sierra England rejects. And I guess the newer Sierra England trucks do not have airbag dump switch. So yeah, so I had to actually show him, like, okay, well, it's been a while since I've been in a Freightliner. I can't remember where the dump switch is at, but I thought it was in the same area where the one here on this truck is. So I told him, look over there on the right side of your, the center instrument or the center dash area. And he's looking over. I don't see anything. And then he finally moves his Qualcomm over to the right, and all of a sudden I see this black valve sitting there. I'm like, oh, there it is, right there. Because I knew that some of them used a valve and not a switch, and so I told him that's it right there. Like, and then he's like, well, what do I do? I was like, really, dude? What do you think you do? You have a freaking yellow valve and a red valve that look just like that one, but they're different shapes. Yeah, because the black one is a circle, and then the yellow one's a diamond, and the red one's an octagon. But it's the same function. You just push it in or pull it out. Which position is it in? Do it the opposite direction. I said, come on, dude. So yeah, and airbags, get underneath the trailer, and then raise your airbags back up, and you'll have easy time getting raising your gear back up. But like, I can't believe I even had to teach a guy that. Oops. You know, speaking of that, I'm curious because you're in was it Kenworth, right? Or, no, you're in a Freightliner. Yeah, that's right. All right, never mind. Because I'm kind of curious if the Kenworth is set up like mine, where like I can have my interaxle diff engaged, but or the lock. Yeah, well, if my not for long. He's quitting. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, when I have mine engaged, it only works at speeds below 35, at or below 35. If once I go above 35, it automatically unlocks. Uh, from Washington to Pryor, Oklahoma, where the so like yeah, I got there at 60. I think by then or something like that. I think it was Joanne or Wanda, whoever it was. They won't be open until 6 o'clock, but at least if they get on it right away, you'll be able to get the tire replaced and then still make your on-time delivery. So yeah, I get over to the yard. It's 100 miles, So I was there by about 3:30 or so. So then I go I take a nap, and by about 5:55, they started opening up all the doors of the shop. So I go over there and check in, and they want to do a fucking laundry list of things to my trailer. I'm like, no, just change my tire. That's it. I'm gonna hang out here behind FedEx. Left lane's ending up ahead. I'm coming up on the rest area. Anyway, yeah, so I was there as soon as I possibly could, and thinking I just told him, hey, I'm under a load. It delivers at 9 o'clock. I need this done ASAP. Um, well, then they like, oh, this thing's due DOT or something, and they wanted to take the side skirts off and replace them with those blue wing things on the back, among other things. And like, I can always bring the trailer back. Let me, at least, let me make my delivery at least. So, but then let's see, I'm getting slowed down for the lane closure here a little bit. Anyway, they held me up. They didn't even start to work on the tire until like 7:45. And by then, like, because I was keeping them informed of what's going on, the dispatch. But then I was like, all right, if you get to such and such time, go ahead and bring the bills into us, and we'll find someone else to get it repower because because I'm not gonna have a 14-hour clock to work with to get it there at all. And I remember the planner was pissed too. He didn't really express who he was, if he was mad at me or if he was just mad at the situation. But I could tell I could tell he was pissed when I gave him the bills. And then I went into the office, the DM office. Now at that time, I had Brandon as my DM, and at that time I had yet to meet him. I had no idea what the guy looked like. yeah, and also at the time, I thought Rich Eights was normally the weekend DM. It was normally a weekend DM, and and I knew what Rich looked like because I remember him from orientation. So I go in there and I see two guys in there, Rich and then someone else, and of course, I get in there. Rich is on the phone talking to a driver, and this is one of those. Why is this driver driving for us? Who's that? 3517. I think it said. I was too close to them to be able to get a good look at their number. All right, so he had two calls in a row. Meanwhile, there's another guy in the office I'm chit chatting with, but listening to Rich too. And he had let's see, get around FedEx. All right, so he had one driver who I guess was like bingo fuel and had no idea where to go to get fuel without running out. And they were asking him for help on where they could go to get fuel. I'm like, seriously? You're supposed to have experience before you come to this company and have an idea where to find fuel. Yeah, and I think they even talked about an orientation to use the EFS app. So, like, I can't believe this is what kind of stupidity Rich has to deal with. I'm listening to it right in front of with my own ears. And yeah, well, he's still the same. I don't know how to describe his personality. it's let's just put it simply. He's an asshole. No, he can be a serious asshole, but other times he's all right. Yeah, I had a couple run-ins with him, Rich, early on. And this particular thing I'm talking about now is one of them, which I'll get to in a second. So, all right, he had that idiot, and then right after that, he gets another call from a driver who, based on the conversation, was evidently on their way to some customer up in the Central Valley. Yeah, because I could hear him talking about 5 and 9. I knew about it because I remember all of the macros just might have a use for at some point in time, and I would write them down. This macro does that, or this is why I might have an interest or have a need for that macro. Into their DM and DM copy pasted into it. Because I've seen that before. I remember with England, I remember, who's this? 4238. And yeah, and then then the directions I'd see, because I remember it was one, it was a place over in the Milwaukee area. I got bypass signal, cool. Yeah, I had a customer in the Milwaukee area, and I was coming from Wisconsin. No, further up north, like Oshkosh or wherever the hell I was at. And when I pull up the directions, it has what directions were there. It was somebody had obviously no sense of direction at all, and obviously was coming from the Chicago area only. Go from Chicago, go up I-94 or something, and then turn right, get off at such and such exit, turn right, and then do this or that. Like, yeah, that does me a lot of fucking good when I'm coming from the opposite direction, dumbass. And not to mention, like, you can't figure out north, south, east, and west. Oh man, it's like, yeah, well, these directions are stupid, and half the time I did use them, which I never really needed, but I just do it just because maybe there'd be some other little detail in there. Great example. I think it was a Smithfield plant in Arnold, Pennsylvania. Arnold, Pennsylvania is a little bit north of Pittsburgh. I think just above what is that, 80 or whatever the hell it is. But anyway, like I was looking at the map ahead of time and trying to figure out, because I don't have it telling me directions. I just look at the map and figure out what the higher priority roads are and try to keep my truck on the highest priority roads as much as possible. And then don't go down any lower in priority than I have to. Well, I remembered I looked and I didn't like the southern route so much for some reason. It turned out it was a good truck route, but it was just one I didn't really have a warm fuzzy about. So I ended up going up and over Arnold to the north of Arnold. I don't know, maybe if Terry or anybody else watching is interested in looking up this town. It's right along that river, whatever the hell that river is called, I don't know. But yeah, I ended up going just on the north side of town, crossed the river, went down this highway, and then, okay, I know there was a street that I could turn right on that would have taken me more directly straight over to the plant, but when I was looking at it, I'm like, no, this looks like it goes through residential. It's probably not a very truck-friendly place to be. So like, I'm gonna bet on not being able to go that way before I even got near the place. So then I was like, oh, crash I-40 eastbound, mile marker 114 to 130, all lanes closed. Well, I'm getting off at the 108 anyway. All right. Yeah, so I had to go basically follow that highway down to just kind of south of where all the freaking cluster of streets and all that are at, and go across to the west. And then there was a certain street there, Constitution or Continental or whatever that hell the street's called, I forget. Well, on the map, it looks like it's like a more of an arterial kind of road, or maybe not an arterial, but at least a feeder. So I had trip planned. All right, I'll make a right onto this street, follow it up the road, and then I can make the left over to where where the Smithville plant was at. And when I actually get there, sure enough, that route that I betted on, that I was betting on not being a good truck route, it was confirmed. It was confirmed not a good truck route. There was actually signs saying, trucks are not allowed to go on that street. So yeah, I went with Plan B, which I'd already, well, not Plan B. It was actually Plan A. Now I'd already planned on coming across that other street. But then when I get to that Continental or a Constitution or where the hell that C street was, I know it starts with a C. That's about it. And there's two-way traffic there, and there was somebody coming the other way, and I wasn't set up right for it anyway because I was expecting it to be a wider road. And like, well, this isn't going to work. There's no way in hell I'm going to try to turn on that street. And then to find out it's not truck legal anyway. So I'm like, great. Now, how the hell am I supposed to get to my customer? I had to freaking on the fly look at the map and then, I noticed that over on the west end of that area, pretty close to the river, there was a street called Industrial or something. So, and then while I'm also looking down the road, I see a truck coming out from somewhere in the area that I thought could have been Industrial Road or whatever, Industrial Boulevard, whatever the street name was. And I was like, okay, I'll go ahead and go down the street, and maybe I'll turn on the same street that guy came out of, and maybe I'll get lucky and there'll be truck route signs telling me how to get up into that area. Oh my God, yeah, I got lucky. There were truck route signs telling me every turn to make to get up there. But it was weird. I had to go through some residential spots to get to it. I'm like, what the hell? This is a truck route? Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Okay, so if I may, for people watching, Linda's talking about how one of her little telltale indicators she used to make sure a route is truck friendly is she'll look at the trees that basically overhang by the road. And a lot of the trees were, if they're in spots where truck traffic is very common, they'll be cut into like an L shape, whether it's from trucks actually hitting them or very clear sign. All right. Those. So what else? Yeah, and some of the ones that I look for, like if I find a heavier concentration of roads, like a more dense concentration of roads, then that's a huge clue to me. That's probably residential or a smaller commercial area that it's probably not going to be a very truck friendly area. So I'll try to avoid those kind of areas. Actually, a couple of good examples I remembered. There are two Tyson plants, or JBS Tyson, whatever the hell they are in Iowa. One's in Waterloo, and the other one is what's up, Mitchellville or whatever it's called. Do you know which one? Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Or I remember which one was it? Yeah, I think Mitchellville or whatever the hell that town is called. But you're going across US 30. I think it's 30. Yeah, I want to say Waterloo's off 20 and Mitchellville's off 30 or whatever that town is called. But yeah, looking on the map, it looked like there was like I could go directly through town and then come across over to where the plant was at. Yeah, because I was gonna, but then I'm like, yeah, I don't know about that. This numbered highway is gonna go right into downtown and look like it's like a circle in the middle of town that I'd have to yeah navigate not really a roundabout, but kind of like I have some towns have like like the city hall and I got a very prominent looking city hall right in the middle of the city, and there's like the road goes in a square around it, something like that, and like I don't know about that. And then I look over because it was, the plant was over on the east side of town. Like, well, maybe I can get off at this road here and just follow that road right up. It was a more minor road, but it was much more sparsely laid out road network. Got a JCT with his triangles out right here. 4197. That's that Wendy chick that Cody just swapped with the other not long ago. I've been seeing her all over. I just delivered to the same place as her in Laredo the other day, and then when I was on my way across from Seguin to Fontana, I saw her parked in one of the parking areas there on 10 in Texas, and now there she is again. Yeah, I just so with trip planning, I was thinking that more sparsely populated road where it's more, the intersections are more spread apart, and like maybe this would be a better route to take up there. So I get up there, go across 30, and then what do you know? There are actually signs saying trucks do not use the numbered highway that goes up into town and to follow the truck route signs. So I go ahead and follow the truck route signs. Why do I think the street's called 18th Street or something like that? I don't know, but there was something along that line. But I was planning on getting off the freeway there because that's just what seemed like the more logical way for me to go. And then what? Jackass. Oh, wonderful. Super trucker. All right. Anyway, yeah. What was I gonna say there? So probably not important anyway. Oh yeah, you told me about that. Super trucker running his mouth, thinking you were a guy, and then you get out and ah. I'll tell you what. Sometimes you can calm people pretty well with some tact at times. So yeah, I was going through San Antonio the other day, going toward Laredo, and I'm on 35, and then kind of over. Shit. Let go of me, damn it, you stupid seatbelt. I'm coming up on that slowdown you're talking about, the lane closure. Yeah, mine, I'm not even slowing down necessarily. It's just hitting these damn potholes makes it lock up on me. Like, let me go. Yeah, John Farber, I didn't stop to see if she needed help. She already had her triangles out, and now I thought about stopping, but at the same time, a lot of times there's not much you can really do in those. So I stopped to check on a guy, on I-84 in Oregon a few months ago, and turned out I think he hit a he hit a something, because he's in a Freightliner, and you guys have those two pull cords for your water for your yeah. Okay, well, one of the pull cords got ripped off by the tire shard, and it causes his system to leak. And when he tried to build up pressure, it wouldn't. So what pressure he still had in his truck was all he had to work with. So he put it over on the right shoulder, and they even tried to talk him into limping it to somewhere right. Even at the available. Yeah, that freaking weather stuff, or those aerodynamic things down on the bottom. Practically no way to get underneath there. Yeah, exactly. And on top of that, with a loaded trailer behind them, so like, I mean, I tried. I mean, I wasn't sure if there was much I could do to help, but at least I tried, and then find out there's really nothing I could do. And I didn't notice if she had any bad tires. So yeah, them new KWs though, like shit, man. Those things are hit and miss with electrical problems anyway. Yeah. Man, they all seem to be hit and miss. Some people have no problems at all with theirs, and then others do. Hey, John Farber, what kind of issues have you had with your KW? See if he's still watching. Also, John Farber, if you're still watching, are you still at the mothership? And if so, how long are you going to be there? Yeah, I don't think I wasn't watching it. Yeah, I took a look and I saw both he and Russell Reedy were both over at the mothership. James Kelly got sick from Sonic, holding down sick as a dog. Uh-oh. Which Sonic did you go to? The one at the Loves in Hinton or somewhere else? Yeah, James is at where he was over at the truck stops in Oklahoma off Morgan Road. And he's on his way to Nashville to upgrade his truck to a new one. Okay, so John saying that one of his problems is his fan stayed on. I remember that. Yeah, where his radiator fan, whatever, would stay on persistently, wouldn't shut off. All right, man. All right, so Farmer left. Russell will be there till tomorrow. Okay. Well, where are you heading, John? You coming my direction or somewhere else? So I thought about stopping at the mothership tomorrow at the end of my shift tomorrow, but my kids are in Oklahoma City, so yeah, I will end my shift in Oklahoma City instead. Okay, yeah. So James Kelly, you must have stopped at the Loves in Hinton off exit 101. You said Loves, so I assume it's that one. I can't think of any other Loves along this route that have Sonic except for the one in Hinton. Do you know of any? Any others? Okay, so we'll assume that he was in Hinton. And he's still sitting at the pilot in Oklahoma City. So where about you at now? Damn, you're already in Winslow? Shit, man, it's already been about a good hour then since we crossed. Farber, other issues. One-time transmission didn't work. One-time truck didn't start. Yeah, I'm like, transmission doesn't work. Yeah, how many times I hear that with newer freaking auto shift trucks that I don't hear that problem with on manuals. And y'all wonder why I like my manuals. Okay, Farber's going to Miraloma, so I'm going to get flip him off at some point. Okay, I'll probably be parked by the time he comes through, but Let's see. From the mothership to the Texas line, what's that? 250 miles? 240, 250? You know? Actually, yeah, I think it's right around 240 because Kilpatrick Turnpike is off exit 139 on I-40. And then when you first get on the Kilpatrick Turnpike, the mile marker is 110. So it's 101 miles from when you first get on the Kilpatrick Turnpike to our terminal. Amazing, these things that I memorize. All right, so yeah, 240 plus 177 across Texas. What's that? 417. And then I'll be stopping 255 or so miles from the Texas line. So yeah, knowing the way John runs, I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up in the same area as me. But on the other hand, I know that bastard likes to stop at the Flying J in Albuquerque. That's what you're gonna go for, right, John? You're gonna stop at Flying J in Albuquerque? Yeah, because I know you can reach Casa Blanca. Because I'm gonna end my shift in Casa Blanca. A lot of people don't know that town. They're like, where the hell's Casa Blanca? It's like Dancing Eagle Travel Plaza. They don't pay attention to what town places they're in. Yeah, a lot of. Yeah, a lot of people are right there. The only ones who seem to know that it's Casablanca are the people who regularly stop there, it seems. Even then, yeah, like, yeah, a lot of people just, oh, that's at the 108, Dancing Eagle Travel Plaza, or Route 66 108. Oh, yeah, I was wondering because I stopped there one night, and I think John Farber actually warned me to probably to kind of try to stay away from there for now because like when they closed the casino, when earlier first wave of shutdowns, whatever, I couldn't even get inside the building anywhere. I went all the way around the building. You couldn't get in on the side by the fuel island. I walked even around over the other side by where the four-wheeler side was at, and I couldn't get in there. Like, wait, this is bullshit. And I remember there was a bunch of trucks in the fuel island wanting to get fuel, but couldn't because nobody was working. Uh, all right, so all right, James Kelly will be back on the road tomorrow. That's assuming it gets over the food poisoning or whatever it is. And Farber's going to run as far as he can. When's your load due in Mira Loma, John? Getting kind of an idea, depending on when his load's due. And I'm wondering I'm kind of wondering how far behind schedule he is on his load. 4 a.m. Monday. Okay. Hey, that sounds like a possible swap between me and him. Because mine's due in Ochalata. Want to say 7:30. They hadn't scheduled it yet, and then I got a message from Patty yesterday while I was still under the other load, saying, "Okay, you're scheduled for 7:30 on the 14th." I'm like, yeah, the load I'm already under, I already know is due on the 7:30, so it kind of had me wondering if she was talking about the load I'm under now before I even got anywhere near it. It sounds like I might need to give John a call and talk some logistics here. So might be able to, might be in a position where I could possibly rescue his load. Brilliant. All right, I'm gonna let you go and I'll give him a call. All right, you too. Bye.
John, I'm gonna go ahead and give you a call right now. Me, I won't change to California.
Nothing wrong with that. What's that? Oh yeah. How this is so convenient, you know? All right, so you're due at 4 a.m. on Monday, but you can't make it. Okay. Oh, over at Conway or whatever. What, is that? Yeah, that freaking shithole Loves right there. So I'm kind of guesstimating. We're taking a very educated guess that from the mothership to Casa Blanca should be about 670, 675, something like that. So this should be right around 240 to get to Texas, another 170, 177 to get to New Mexico. So that's 417. And then from the 108 to 374, what's that? That's 266. So that'd be, no, I'd be like 683 or something like that. Long shift, but it sounds like it's doable for you. Let's see, and since you're due at 4 a.m., they already have you on the swap board? No? Yeah. Or maybe you're overwhelmed from stupid people or something calling them. Yeah. Okay, well I'm already past Jamestown. I'm about maybe an hour out. 40. Yeah, so right around. I'm at the 43-mile marker, so we'll say yeah, maybe just a little bit more than an hour from now, I can be there and have my post trip and not done. So it's at 13:30, so 23:30, and I can run the next shift with your load all the way back to my house, and that's only from my house to Mira Loma is only like 45, 50 miles. So it sounds like it's doable. Is this to Lineage? Is it the same one we do the Plainview loads out of? The one on what? Either way, Mira Loma, it's yeah, it's only maybe an hour, a little bit more drive for me. So yeah, and if I can D4 circle, what? What in the hell? Okay, so turn up Etowanda and then make a right on from Etowanda into their facility. Okay, that sounds like it might be a different facility then, because the one where we do the Plainview loads out of, if you go, well, yeah, if you get off on the 60 at Etowanda and turn right, turn left onto Etowanda, yeah, then you have to make another left once you get on the other side of the 60 freeway to get onto, what was that, Riverside or forget that street name. Is it Riverside or Mission or whatever? Might be Mission or something like that. And then you make a left onto, I forget what the other street's called, but the street that the loads coming out of, going from Mira Loma to Plainview come out of, if you go south on that same street that it's on, you can make a left. Once you get underneath the 60 freeway, you make a left, and then right there on that same street on the right side is the Costco DC. Yeah, it sounds like the one you're going to is on the east side of Etowanda. Okay, yeah, definitely a different place. Yes, correct. Sure. Well, I thought it was technically a lineage, but I could be wrong. The one with all the damn Swift trucks. Yeah, the one that we pick up the Plainview loads out of. That explains why you were a little bit like, huh? Because I've done loads out of there several times, so I'm yeah, obviously a lot more familiar with it. Uh, let's see if I do 13, if I leave at 23:30 tonight with California time with your load, yeah, I could be there. What's Saturdays? By around noonish. I'll be by around noonish at my house, and then have another 10-hour break done by 10 o'clock tomorrow night for a load that's going only an hour away from my house, or an hour and a half. So yeah, it definitely sounds doable. So you're 6 hours out from Casablanca? Okay. Haven't, all right. So what, are you like 350, 400 miles out still? All right. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, 6 hours ish sounds about right. So we'll say about 18:30, and then 4:30 in the morning would be your next shift, in California time, and then at 16 to 2:30. Yeah, that's running really tight. Sounds like it might be on time, but just barely. Whereas, yeah, yeah, I agree with you. That's uncomfortably tight to me. It's like it's too risky. It's like yeah, it can be done, I think, but it's too much risk of late delivery. Why put that kind of stress on anybody? Both you, the customer, and people at the yard. All right. Well, yeah, if you're up for it, I mean, of course, yeah, 'cause yeah, because damn well I'll never turn down a load going home. Yeah, you know who I was talking to, right? Yeah, Linda Bass. Yeah. Oh, so yeah, that's right. I do remember you guys talking about that. And I guess you got a chance to hang out with Russell at the yard. Ah, okay. Yeah, I've not met him. I've not met him yet. There was one, the most what? 39.99 Delta. Yeah, scary looking. I thought you were pretty scary looking. I I, I know Andy Higgins isn't a fan of him. or or yeah, yeah. And I know he and Andy had butted heads a while back, and that's kind of why Russell started that other Facebook group, because he felt like Andy and the other admins in the BRJCT group were kind of a Gestapo. So, come on, Andy. Come on, you got to be listening right now. Yeah, we're talking about you. Purple Marine. That shouldn't be too hard to figure out who hit it then. Yeah. This is the Walmart store. Okay. Wow. All right. I need to clarify a couple things here. So James Kelly once thought I wanted to stay out for something. Yeah, I want to run my miles. If I can run my miles and spend do a 10-hour break at home before delivering a load, yeah, hey, I'm all for that. But uh, it's like it's a win-win either way for me because even if I keep my load, then my next shift I would end up in Oklahoma City and maybe have a chance to see my kids that are there now. Uh, yeah, I'll get opportunities to go there, and if it means making it easy, making it a much better chance of a load that's running really tight getting delivered on time, yeah, I'll hook you up. Because especially since mine has more time on it, or not a lot more, but it has more, and probably not that far off in the distance and the miles to run from Casablanca to Miraloma and Casablanca to Ochalata. Because I think usually, yeah, I've been able to run from Casablanca to the mothership like you, and that's we were just talking like that 680, 685, something like that. So it's doable, and then it's only 50 more miles from the mothership to Ochalata. So we're talking about 730-ish, 686, almost the mothership to Ochalata. So 733, and then it's about 650-ish um, from Casablanca to my house, and then another maybe 50, if even that, from my house to it's about 700 miles. So it's the miles are very similar. Yeah, but I guess you know what? I guess that would be the concern. Though would be oh no, yeah, because it's very similar, but you'd have at least a little bit more wiggle room with my load than with your own. All right, that's yeah. When I get shut down, then I'll send a Qualcomm, and if you're up for it, and I'll let them know. Let them know that you and I were talking on the phone, and think that we can help your load more, or be less of a concern if I take it over in Casablanca. All right. Next one. Terry wanted to know if I passed Simi. Yes, I did. We passed by each other just a couple of miles east of where the Navajo Travel Plaza is at in Arizona. Yeah, blew my air horn, and she and I both flipped each other off for fun too. Somebody's busted back there. Someone got getting lit up over on the westbound side. And got a hooter with a customer right here in front of me too. Silver Chevy pickup. All right. Okay, so James, if I do end up going that direction, I'll probably not be there until late morning tomorrow. It's about, I think, well, yeah, I'd say mid to late morning. Because it's, I think, a little bit less than 600 miles. Let's add them up again. What did I say, 266? Yeah, 266 plus 177. It's 443. And then add in another 140. Yeah, it's 583. Okay, so yeah. 583, I can do that in about 9 hours. Because I have to do a 30-minute break in there. And yeah, it'd probably be late morning. But yeah, it sounds like it's a lot better option though if we just go ahead and swap, because I say you'll have more time to work with on my load. Not a lot, but it's enough where it's at least less panic for everybody. Yeah. Okay, so yours is a Tyson load? Oh yeah, even more so then. Tyson, man, they seriously freak out when, oh my God, you're running like barely an hour ahead of schedule. Looks like a CH-46. I think I get a mixed up. What's that? Oh, you got the Loves? I thought you were talking about stopping at the Loves in Conway, Texas. Ah, exit 76 then. Maybe they're from California. Do they have California plates? They did. Well, there you go. There's your answer. What? Oh, sounds like you're maneuvering and getting ready to park for your 30 and all that. Yeah, cool, man. I'm gonna let you go so you can do your thing. All right, man. We'll see you. Oh yeah, I know how precious that 30-minute break time is for indulging in selfish needs like using the restroom or eating or whatever else. Screwing around on Facebook or YouTube, whatever. Yeah, I say when I shut down there in Casa Blanca, I'll let our dispatch know that John and I talk to each other, and we both feel that it'd be in everybody's best interest if he and I swap there. Because he's under a Tyson load, which is, it's a more concerning. They're more concerned about their loads being on time than Walmart. And on top of that, he's running really, really tight on the schedule. Whereas the extra 5 hours
jump I'm going to have on getting to Casa Blanca over him will give me actually plenty of time to get back to the house, do another 10-hour break, and then run it in for delivery when it's time to deliver, if I take it slow. JCT coming at me. Black Kenworth. A little dirty there. 4214 Bravo. Yeah, I got it. How about you? How you doing?
Man, they got the road closed at the 126, and then they got road construction and everything else. It's about from the 100 to the 126 right now.
Yeah, I saw a sign earlier saying something about an accident blocking all the lanes. Yeah, I'm going to end up shutting down in that's an Eagle anyway.
Yeah,
Appreciate the heads up. How's the westbound side look? 'Cause I got a friend who's going to meet me there.
I appreciate it. Yeah, they had it closed for an accident out there, and then, yeah, the road construction killed it before that.
Copy that. Appreciate the help. Alright, it's 4214 Bravo. See, we got a bit of a brotherhood here at this company. Good camaraderie. It's not always about the pay. There's a lot of intangibles about this company too that make it a decent company. I'm not going to say they're perfect. They're not. No company is. Always pros and cons, but if all you look at it as a negative, you're never gonna find the right fit. Because you're never gonna be happy. there. And about 35 miles out, or roughly about half an hour or so now, from where I'm going to be shut down. That's Eagle Travel Plaza and Casa Blanca. You guys know I love that place. Well, it's running out my clock too. Why lie? I can go there and have a Dairy Queen. There. It's like midday there, the hottest part of the day. Trailer in front of me almost looks like the back end of one of those Plymouth Prowlers. I know it's not a Prowler, it's one of those little travel trailers. Chilly conditions there. I don't mind warm rains like what I get in the summertime where I'm in my neck of the woods, but yeah, the more below 70 degrees it gets and with the water, yeah, the more uncomfortable it gets. What's up, Archie? Pickup guy go first. Get by me and then I'll work my way around this person after that. just big enough to have a bed is what it looks like. We do need a lot of rain in California. Where are those storms? Fires. Just become the largest fire in California history. Like 750,000 acres burned. I guess it's one of the complex type fires where two or more fires merge into one. Another JCT coming in. Who's that? 4026, I think Bravo. I think it said Bravo. That movie again. I think it was on Netflix not that long ago, if I remember right. The sausages taste like sausages. What are the other ones that girl was talking about? I'll tell you what, I like Gene Wilder's version of the crazy guy more than what was it, Johnny Depp playing Charlie in the Chocolate Factory. Yeah, the role played by Johnny Depp in that movie, it was just, the character was just a little bit, was a little too over the top with the eccentricities. Whereas Gene Wilder really wants more of normal, I don't know, maybe like even some Asperger-like characteristics to him or something. You know, or eccentric, but not so over the top that it's like, okay, this isn't even believable anymore. Nobody is that extreme with the eccentricities. Strange character. I mean, nobody's that out of touch with humanity. Yeah, correct. There is a shutdown. There is an accident of some sort that's blocking all of the lanes on the eastbound side. Will not be affected by it though, because I'll be getting off the freeway at the 108, which is 23 miles from here. There was an electronic signboard I saw earlier over by Gallup that warned about that accident, but yeah, I think they said from the 114 to the 126 or something like that, whatever it was, said the lanes were blocked. Past 108 anyway. Down to 45 minutes left on my clock now, and I'm still 22 miles away, so I'm going to be down to less than half an hour. There's really nothing east of Dancing Eagle Travel Plaza that is actually reachable for me. Which is normal. I'm usually, it's pretty common where from my house the best I can do normally is get to Casa Blanca. If I start from Barstow, then I can reach Albuquerque. And I'm going westbound from Albuquerque back to Southern Cal. The best I've been able to do is get to Barstow with about, I'll say about 20 minutes or so left on my clock, which will get me past Barstow, but not far enough to get to Victorville. The Oompa Loompa trailer is passing me back up now. Boondock. Man, that thing's brand new, too. Backup starts at the 108, okay. As long as I can get to the 108, I'm good. Golden ticket. Under 20 miles out now. So I was trying to move over earlier. Smart. Move over when you see a cop right there. Don't you just stay over here. Now, when you look a little further down the road than you apparently are, you'll see that kind of stuff. There's more out there in this world than the front of your hood.
If you need to take your 30 or to 10 an hour break anytime soon, might as well jump off there from 102. Got us backed up to over 10 miles. There's construction going to 117, and then you get the aftershock over there. The interstate's shut down to 116. Diverting everybody off the highway.
Will I be able to get to the 108 very easily?
Well, I appreciate that, Ian. I can't help you out too much, but you look good back in Milan there, right?
Can I get to the 108, or does it back up before that?
Yeah, Ian. Well, you have a blessed rest of the day.
I think it went out of range, plus we're getting in or getting stepped on.
But I want 14 hours and 6, Oh, I don't know about that now. I can't sleep no goddamn. I can't even sleep 6 hours. Hell, you really sleep 14 hours, don't you? I didn't say I was sleeping. I said I want to sit there. I got Wi-Fi in my truck and a color TV and fucking Amazon Fire Stick, dude. I want to watch my damn. I want to binge watch TV too. Oh, okay. Wow, oh boy. I told my wife when I got this new truck with that turn around passenger seats like a recliner. I don't want to do much of that anymore, come on. Judging by how many trucks keep going east, that's not very many. Hey, what kind of damn truck is that? Where the seat turn around? You say the seat turn around, what truck be that?
Yeah, newer model T680. Those are our 2020 T680s do that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, before you hit Albuquerque, there's a burning down. Yeah, you're looking at something like mile marker 128 or so.
You go over there and sit some more, huh? Right over there in truck drive. You know that detour is all backed up. Probably take 5 hours to get to Albuquerque, huh?
Yeah, about as well just the city.
This closure happened at like 10 o'clock this
so traffic will be all backed up.
Yeah, and it's been it was a shooting, so it's going to stay closed for at least 24 hours.
The shooting?
Good job. You said an accident happened about 10 o'clock today this morning.
There was a shooting about 10 o'clock this morning.
It's back up on the east-south side.
Yeah, the freeway's closed, so they're sending everybody off on Highway 6, but 4 hours of traffic getting on Highway 6, you'd never get through there.
You're probably just better off before we wait till tomorrow, huh?
That's what I'm doing.
I appreciate the info.
Ah, 4 miles to go. There's a cop up here at the top of the on-ramp, or the off-ramp. Look how they're making him get back on the freeway.
Anybody ever take that 117 down to Pie Town over 60?
As long as I can at least get
All I got to say is if he was shooting into that road like asphalt or something. Yeah, if he was shooting into that road, I know them
The sign at the border said this accident was at the 114.
That is more than that one.
so covered.
Is 108 open?
Yeah, Ken. Can you take that 6 to Las Lunas? Hey, yeah, you can take that around off the time. There's a big Walmart down there in Las Lunas. You can't go to where Patrol's doing that now.
There's an accident on Route 6.
Right there. You also have the stoplight on that 3. What lane we got being, people? Fuck shit up too. Hell, it's backed up for 20 miles, either one. The one over. Wow, man. Wow, wow.
4192 Charlie.
Well, with this, I'm stopping at the casino for the night. Hey, Michael, you got your radio on? Yeah, come on. Hey, what exit did you say you get up on? 102. There, bro.
Somebody on there said something about a shooting. Feels like it's idling a little rough, like maybe it's regenning. Oh, well, that truck looked like, yeah, these trucks are able to get over to the travel center, so it should be alright.
All the four-wheelers we got here. routing you off at the 126.
Good Lord, 18 miles in. Oh, appreciate it.
They had an incident up there at the 135. They're routing you off at the 126 to get around that. And don't try taking a service road because they're shutting that down too. They're chasing you back on the other side of Laguna there. Yeah, because apparently our day is kind of shot, right?
My damn sure is.
Yeah, it sucks for me. I just got going back at the 79 and here we are. I'm like, wow, man.
Might as well take a nap and get up at midnight and hit it again.
See a couple other JCTs
Yeah,
over
like
there.
this. They open up the road eastbound yet?
Detoured 126.
Oh, they waved you through. Come on.
Yeah, well, how far is the backup to the 126?
How about the 108? It's damn sure stopped here.
That's the 126.
Anybody know what lane we need to be in?
Doesn't matter. Everybody's getting forced off at the 126 anyway. I doubt it matters what lane you're in until you get to the 126, and then once you get there, you're getting forced off the freeway anyway. $32.69. That's an older KW.
Well, we were hoping to be caught up on this morning anyway. Hey, does anybody want to break out the grill and cook out? That sounds like a right fine idea. Well, I got the grill, the propane, and
Guys, invite me. It's my birthday yesterday.
happened. They got cold beer in that damn store.
What's this lady doing?
I get one beer.
Figure out
What?
which-
I get one free beer.
What do you mean you get one free beer?
Yesterday was my birthday. I'll get one free beer, right?
Oh, I don't know. I'll buy you a beer and spirit because I'm on the road and I can't get off and do that deal with y'all. But yeah, happy birthday there, belated.
Thank you.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Alright, yeah, they could say some really interesting stuff, can't they? Okay, so even in good traffic conditions, so and let dispatch know. Let's see. So I'm gonna let dispatch know that I talked to John on the phone, and
Well, I don't understand it, considering what's going on, don't you think? That's real ignorant. Here's your sign, though. Ignorance rules the world now. I know that's right. Okay, I'll just fall back in and just keep on moving my little skateboard down the road. I wish they'd have went out in the field and shot somebody instead of on the fucking highway, right?
Well, according to what I just found out, that the cops got minor injuries. And it happened about 20 miles from here from this truck stop going east.
hold on,
I guess they're doing their investigation and shit.
It's up to full speed, it looks like. That's a good deal.
where's my text at? Trying to type and then the whole line of my text just disappeared.
Well, I know how we do it back home. We go to the woods or out in the field before we shoot shit, right? That's the way it needs to be done.
Things
Now, I live
froze
on
up.
top of a hill out in the middle of about 500 acres. I can see either way coming or going, so shit comes to my house, we start firing before it gets there, right?
Well, if there being a cop shooting, you know what's going to happen now.
Shit, there won't be none, right?
So that's what it was a cop was shot.
Yes, sir, we got sinkholes.
I'm not very happy with this damn thing. It's froze up. So now I'm gonna have to call Omnitrack's tech
We
support.
gonna keep going eastbound?
I can't even change my get over to my status screen so I can change my status when I want to.
I don't know how far they're gonna roll. I think just get off here at the 108. Ask the fucking Mr. Policeman.
All right, so got a reset in process. This is bullshit. I hate when I do that. All right. Meanwhile, I really got to use the restroom, so I'm gonna go offline. Dairy Queen. Now what are you doing? The hell's up again by around 12:30 tonight. I'm in the middle of the night, kind of quiet, so I might wait till the second half. Now, it's not the truck, it's this
I don't really plan to stream night shift, but when I run in the morning, whether it's going to Oklahoma City or going to my house, I don't know yet. They have to approve it, so yeah, I'll find out. I'll stream the second half, though. Whether I'm going east into Oklahoma or west into California, we'll figure out. So, all right, well, I'm gonna go offline. You guys have a good day. Thanks for hanging out.
The 108, you need to get off. You got room in there. You better get off.
All right. Well, anyway, so we'll see you guys tomorrow, right?